Welcome. It's Friday. Friday stream day. Um, there's some prick that throws nails in the troll. That sucks. Really, that sucks a lot. Yeah, I was just now. I was riding to the shop on my bike, and I went to I went along this path, and suddenly I hear like, psh, and I'm like, what? Fucking broken glass on the fucking bike path. So I got a bike tire to fix tomorrow. Get the best it. Yeah, exactly. I hate it, man. Fucking assholes. Um, so yeah, a little later, but it's fine. I had to walk back home, you know. And it was also on the way to the shop. You know, like at least make it happen on the way back, you know, when I'm close to home. But no. Yeah, I got spare ones as well, but they're at home, right? I don't have them with me when I'm just going to the shop. Plus, you know, changing the tire when you're outside somewhere is also kind of fucked. Would rather do it at home. Probably some drunk teenagers, you know, throwing their beer bottles on the fucking road. It happens. It's fine. I'm used to it. Changed so many bike tires by now that that's not really that big of a deal. It's not like changing them is actually the hard part, you know. The annoying part is the moment when it happens. Let's see. Go there. So I've been having a bit of a writer's block over the past week. Didn't really spend much time with music at all because of it. I was like, fuck it. I'm not really feeling it this week. But let's see what happens today. We'll probably just do some sound design. That's always fun. That can always work. Or maybe we'll break it today. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Damn, you're big. Hey, is there anyone else with a specific sound design question? I mean, if you have a question, just throw them in the chat, and we'll have a look at it. What's that scale? Hmm? What's that skill? That sounds kind of cool. I've been failing miserably to do so with Serum 2. I mean, the sound of the fence. What? Moment, I wanna figure out what that skill is. Sounds familiar. Sound's gonna be off because this is gonna do it in C minor, but skip one, we get that. Get that. That. Oh, that's Dorian. Ah, okay. But I was also throwing in this one, Blue Skill 2. Not all of your messages appear. Okay. Well, I see no blocked messages here, so I don't know what's going on then. What happens if we just... Is that also a skill? Fourth note. Dorian sharp 4. That actually sounds pretty interesting. Kinda like that skill. Yeah, you cannot post links. I'm also not gonna play a track on stream because, you know, it'll immediately copyright claim the stream. So you're trying to figure out the main bass from a song? It's coming from a steel wire attached to a fence? Well, I guess you gotta go and find a fence. Head outside, man. Touch some grass, find a fence, and grab a recorder. Yeah, probably good to put it in Discord, exactly. Vengeance is such a creative dude, man. He like, I don't know, he can turn anything into a drum and bass tune. That's my belief at this point. Like, just give him any fucking random sample and he will turn it into a banger. I'm pretty sure. It's amazing. I don't know. Maybe we should play around with that scale. Ooh, what happens if we change that to that? We get Lydian diminished. Like both of those can kind of work well together because it's only one note difference. Same with changing it to that, to regular Dorian. But let's maybe figure out some stuff. Those can be. It's kind of cool. Foley sound. Where's my thing? There we go. Let's just do some sound design. I do like the scale a lot, so might be a cool one to mess with today. I guess that's in C sharp then. Which is pretty low, but fine with that. We don't need that. Let's see. Not sure if we're gonna use that progression, but let's see. That's kind of cool as well. That's weird. Mm. actually like that progression. Something different at the end here. Let's see. That's the first thing is there. I do like that. What can we change this for? Or do that somewhere else. Let's see. sure yet what that last part would want to do. I do like this section. Could that below it do? That leads pretty well back into here. It's kind of cool, but I'm doing the same thing here. It does sound cool though. What are we gonna do? Okay, does lead back into here. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I like playing with, especially lately. I've been really sort of like messing with doing things that are sort of like chromatic, and it can often lead to really interesting things. Now, also dissonance, of course. That I love that, but. That chord actually also sounded pretty cool. Actually, I haven't really played with the arpeggiator in Serum all that much, but it's actually really powerful. Can we also... You know what would be nice? Don't think it's in here, but... Like, when we don't really need this right now, but... Like, well, how cool would it be? Because you can also offset it with, like, some weird value. Which makes it out of tune. But how cool would it be if Serum had, like, scales that you can then select after it, so it sort of, like, conforms it back into a scale? Not that we need that now, but... So if we add more steps here, then this will probably start doing something. Yeah. Actually pretty powerful as an arpeggiator. So can we also... What is a retrigger? Oh yeah, of course, then... We can set it to retrigger after certain... And we can also unlink this. compatibility stuff set up. Is there a gate in here? Yeah, okay, so... Theoretically, this should still work with this. Of course it does. By changing this offset now, it changes the pattern. Very suddenly. It basically works very similar to the Ableton arpeggiator, but then with like a ton of extra options, which is really cool. There's portions of Serum I haven't even touched yet, this being one of them. Yeah, exactly. I never really used this one all that much. But I probably should, because it's super powerful. It's so much more powerful than the Ableton arpeggiator. Although it has a lot of the same kind of things. Like if we turn this one off and go into the Ableton arpeggiator, you will find a lot of similar things. Like if we set it to 16s. Right, we get that. Set this to 99%, so it's also kind of similar. Somehow this one works kind of weird sometimes on 100%, so I'll just set it to 99. And then we have the steps thing here, so we can do a similar thing. So and then we have the different modes. So let's say converge. And It doesn't though have like a mode for how it transposes, which this one does. But it does have the sort of like the offset thing, so we can, for instance, set this to, I don't know, what do we have there? 0 right now, but let's say -2. It has a very similar thing. And then you can also re-trigger it right here. Let's say every beat. So it has a very similar sort of like thing. The modes are all the same as well, but it's like this one has an even more powerful thing because of how it transposes it. It basically has this mode for how it goes up to these higher octaves and when it does so, which is so much more powerful. Because you get all these interesting patterns that way. And then this offset, of course, changes what happens with the pattern. Like, it basically changes the note of the pattern. So if we set it to up and maybe up here as well, it just rises up from the bottom note. But then if we change this, right. So now by changing this to -1, it basically starts from the top note. So normally it would start here and then play that one, then play that one. Now by having it on -1, it basically goes back one note in the pattern, which if we would have a stack of octaves basically, or basically if you count these notes, right, from 1, 2, and 3, so -1, it goes back to here. If we set it to -2, it will pick that one as the first note. And so it then goes through the notes in a different way, and it creates this really cool pattern, which this also does. With the offset here, it does the same thing, but it just does it in a much more interesting way because of the extra sort of like transpose mode. So if we set it to -3, because we have 3 notes, it would just play the same pattern from the first note going up again. See? And that is really cool, especially if we combine it with like a different mode here. You can kind of see what's happening here. You get these sort of like stacks of notes sort of like going down. If we set it here, it kind of goes up, but then there's like this sort of like 2 notes that are going down, and then it goes up, and then 2 notes that go down again, which is kind of interesting. We have it at 0. Does that. But then when we introduce like, it completely changes the pattern. Set it to we set it to diverge, it starts up at the top, so it will pick sort of like the highest octaves first, which this one is not able to do. Actually, no, it's not necessarily picking the highest octave. That would happen on down. Yeah. Can you automate what pattern it is? Yes, because you can save all these different patterns here. So yes, you can. Like if we copy and paste it here, then we change it here to, I don't know, let's do something else. And then you can switch with these, which are key key switches basically, so you can use these keys to switch. And I forgot what the octave is of this, but the way how we can see that. MIDI input trigger octave. Okay, so it's the -1 octave. So we could switch now by putting an extra MIDI note in here. If we go to the -1, which is right here, we can do that, and then I guess we can do that. Now that is going to make sound, but in Serum we can go into the oscillator mapping, and then we can basically, can we select all of these? Okay, we cannot, but we can just put that right here, so it isn't including that low octave, except for the arp. And now it should be changing pattern. It's not. Maybe that is because in Ableton the octaves are sometimes a little bit weird. Maybe we have to go to the -2 octave. Yeah, see? So now it changes the pattern. It's actually really interesting. So that allows for some pretty cool stuff. Actually. Like, I guess we could switch it faster. We could even do that. We can even switch it halfway through, sort of like a note, even though we're not re-triggering the chord or anything, it's still switching, which is kind of interesting. So you can create some pretty elaborate arpeggiated patterns. Much more interesting ones than you could with the Ableton arpeggiator, actually. And I guess we can change everything in here. We can set this one to -2, this one to 1, I don't know. Which is the same thing actually, now I think about it, because we have 3 notes. Do I still have a cup of tea left? I do. That's actually pretty interesting. Now, for the sake of this, let's just stick to 1. Why is there not a diverge and a converge? Why is it... we have converge and diverge, and then we have com plus diverge, which means it's first going to use this one and then that one. But why is there no diverge and then converge? That would be nice to have as well. Yeah. Can we somehow hack that by using the offset or something? And that is why it's not included. Because here we... oh no, we also don't. Interesting. it's a little bit easier to hear what this does. For some reason that does the same thing. Or very similar. Oh, it's slightly different, but it almost sounds the same. Oh yeah. Okay. Was making tea. Wait, is it now actually doing more because we have this extra octave included? Yeah. So, because we have this range set to 2, which means we have another octave, because this set to 12, we have another octave because of that. Now this offset actually does something, even if we go beyond -3, because we have 3 notes at every time in the chord. So it even does something different when we go to like -5, -4, which is really interesting. That's cool. It kinda reminds me of the patterns that you would get with the arpeggiator in Diva, which is an arpeggiator that I loved a lot for what it can do with the patterns. It's kind of limited because it's not as feature rich as this one, but it can create similar patterns. Although because it's kind of limited in the different modes and stuff that you have, you're not gonna get that much variety in the patterns. It's capable of making a couple of cool patterns, and that's basically it. This one is even more powerful, but it gives you the same sort of like patterns, which is nice. And this one also has MIDI out. Yeah, so you don't necessarily have to use it with Serum. You can use it with any synth. You can just set this to MIDI out, and then I guess turn off all the oscillators, and then just put anything in there. So if we do this, and then that, now it basically sends MIDI out. And then if we put a new track with, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna grab? Let's just grab something from Ableton's library, go to the sampler. We have right. Let's just chuck something in here. And then we set the input coming from Serum. How would that work? Serum 2. See? So now we're basically using it with, and we can use it with anything. So basically that ARP is so powerful you can literally just use the ARP section and just combine it with any instrument that you want. That's fucking cool. That's really cool. I didn't realize that first, but that's even better. That's awesome. And that means you can also record it. Now I also saw you can send this to the clip player. Wait, so can we then record it in here? Okay, it doesn't. How would that work then? Because this is the clip player. Huh? Wait, that's... Determines if Serum outputs MIDI from the clip player only or both the clip player and the ARP. Oh, okay. So if we set it to clip player, it's not gonna send the ARP as an output. It will only send the whatever is in here. Okay. But that's really cool. That is absolutely awesome that you can just send the MIDI out from this. Allows for so many cool, interesting things to use it for. Because now, let's say I like what this ARP does in general. I can even combine it with Diva, for instance, and be like, oh, I don't have to use the ARP in Diva. I can just use this and have any synth that I'll use, I can layer it and it'll be able to do the same pattern. Because you're just using this one really powerful arpeggiator. That's awesome. And we can, of course, yeah, we should be able to create another track here and just go Serum, Serum, and then we have to set it to in, maybe? I would say that you can, yeah, you can record it. We do get this low note here for some reason. Don't know why that is, but we can record that MIDI and then just mess with it that way. Really powerful. The low note is the retrigger for the Serum 2 ARP. Oh yeah, that might be it. That might be it. Even though this one is at a C-2. Oh yeah, but we have this pitch device here, so that pitches it up. Wait, maybe that's also why we had to go to a different octave than what it said in Serum. Because we have this thing here. Would probably be good to group this and like exclude the octave that the key switches are in, but it's fine. Yeah, that's indeed what that note is. I really like the string thing that we have. What can we do with it? Maybe we'll just repeat this first. And then it only does this at the end. Oh, how long is this? 16 bars. Okay, that's already relatively long. So I guess we can just leave it like that. That's already fine. Let's make some more sounds. Alright, we can sync this. That's really handy. We can sync it to do 4. To 2. Let's make a little bit of an impact kind of sound that we can use. Oh yeah, I added. I don't know why, but I had I have in the convolution here. I added the Ableton impulses, but for some reason I only had like I checked the I was messing with some other thing like another project, and I was using the convolution, and I was like, why am I missing like 75% of the impulse responses? Like I remembered adding the folder of Ableton's impulses to here, and I was like, why am I missing 75% of them? So I checked. Now I didn't just add the folder itself. I actually copied the files in there to another folder, and I put this convolution thing towards that folder. But for some reason, the impulses from Ableton's hybrid reverb, there's like wave impulses, and then there's also AIFF files, and I had only copied one file type. So I was missing like 75% of all the impulses, so now I actually added all of the different ones with folders, so I basically have all of them now here, which is much nicer. This is absolutely phenomenal for like if you're doing sound design. Convolution reverb is always really nice. Like if we make an impact like this, like that's just a sine wave, right? So make it a bit louder. But we can start using the convolution on it, so maybe one of these. And then let's actually put this in bus 1. So we can send this to bus 1 as well. We don't have to send it to the filter. Just send it to main. That's gonna be really loud. So let's back this volume down. I guess we can put that down a bit. I wish there was a way to solo bus 1 and basically bypass what goes through main. So just turn that to none. Now we can just hear the convolution. Would be nice if we could do that without having to go back here. We could just do it in the mix or something. But it is fine. Because we have it on a separate channel now, we can really hear what it's doing. It's kind of loud, but maybe we'll just back bus one down ever so slightly. So it's not clipping. And now because we have it separate, we can also just, you know, put a utility on here. Make the bass a bit more mono. And it is actually, sometimes, depending on the impulse, you might want to bring the size up so that it actually covers that low sub-range as well, but this one already has it. So we don't really have to do it. We can just keep it at 100. Now I have to go back in here. Send that to main. Maybe we filter this one. So it's really only the low frequencies. Actually, that first one was pretty much fine. Is there pre-delay on that convolution reverb? There is not, but we somehow do get... We also have these real places, those are also pretty good. For this one we might want to increase the size. If we want to, we could also send this one to bus 2. Set this to none. Now we should have control over the level of the dry sound as well by just using this one. But I'm making it needlessly complicated for myself. Let's just keep it like this. And let's just stick to this one. Another thing we could try is if we add a distortion in here, but before the filter. So distort the hell out of this. It's actually really long. I mean, makes sense. This says 20 seconds. But now we might actually hear more from the other ones as well. Okay, is that a weird bug in the impulse response? It just cuts off for some reason. No, it's probably because we were distorting the hell out of it. So I was looking for one that doesn't have like a really sustained sort of like frequency in it, which some of these have. Like right now, if we see which one was it? Yeah, like that for instance has like, you can clearly see that it has like a low sustained note in there, but we just had one that was actually really nice. Like that for instance. You can see it down in millimeters. That still has like that sub frequency in it, but it's a bit more rumbly, which is nice. And like there's obviously you can also just grab like a bunch of samples for this kind of sound, right? Like I have a ton of these samples, but like for instance, I don't know, where are they? You know, like stuff like that. But you never know what the pitch of these is, right? And you can do it by ear, of course, but it's kind of nice to sound design these sounds, because then you can just make them in whatever pitch your track is in. So let's say right now we're in C sharp. I can just make these in C sharp, you know, and create a whole, basically a whole folder of different ones by just switching the convolution reverb, tweaking the pitch envelope and stuff like that. So let's say maybe we want to have a bit more of a stronger attack on it. We will just chuck another one of these on here. Maybe a bit quicker. Do that. Force pitch. And just give it a stronger transient. And you can just make yourself a whole bunch of different ones. Maybe we'll up the attack a little bit. And just make a whole folder of them in whatever key you're working in, or just, you know, all kinds of keys, but you can label them with key because you know what the key is, right? So when you're then working on a tune, you don't have to sort of like do it by ear and figure out like, oh, what's the key of this sound? Because I do like to keep things in key, but like, especially with those low sounds, right? And now you will just know it because you've made it. I guess you can make it as weird as you want. This one already works, but I guess you can chuck something in here in like the sampler, for instance, and do some extra layer on it. So let's try it out for actually. Let's send this to the global main tuning. So it does it to both. And we still have the other one free as well, so because this one is really low pass. Let's say we want to add a mid-range layer to it. Let's see if that works. What kind of sound can we grab? Sure. Drop that in here. Now if we send this to bus 2, we get that. And then we can basically just maybe just copy this reverb to here. And then maybe we'll not send this to the main. And then maybe we'll copy the distortion as well. Oh, wait. And you can get some really weird sort of like sound effects that way. I guess we don't even necessarily have to have this on the main, we can also just keep it on oscillator 1. And we can maybe put another envelope on here, really make it shorter. Now obviously maybe swap this out. Or add another one, you know? Why not? Let's do maybe that bigger one. Which is quite long, but or do some weird ones. So this chain thing is now creating that till. You can create some really weird like ambience and texture on top. And of course, if we change it to sample, it's gonna be different again. So I guess you can just make a whole sort of like template for making sounds like that. Maybe we'll put this one on the global so it's also affecting that sound. Loads of possibilities. Anyways, I need to piss, so I'll just put this on. Cold tea. One moment, I'll be back in just a moment. We're back. There we go. What if we layer this with synth? Let's grab, I guess, a Serum. There. And then this is how long? 2 bars, so let's set this to 2. And let's do something with a filter. Not that we necessarily need that low end, but I want to see what happens if we add some distortion to it. Probably good to do that. What distortion can we try? Maybe the kilohertz shaper table. We put it after the reverb. I've been really messing with this one lately. It's such a powerful distortion because you have all these different wavetables you can just load into it. And it's so powerful as a distortion. You can literally go from really basic distortion to absolute mangling of a sound. Because you're just using basically a wavetable as the input for the distortion, which is really interesting. Like, that's what I mean, it can get really crazy. We can also just do a regular select distortion. What if we... Is that layer not really doing anything? Okay. We would have to set that up inside of here. Kind of a pain. How did that work again? Group editor. Edit all groups. And then we need to click mod, add modulator, pitch bend, and let's do 1. So now, yeah, now we can do that. And then if we go into Serum, and we also set this one to 1, and create those kind of sounds. It's kind of nice. See that extra layer with Serum really changes how the distortion will react. You mean Waveshaper have an impulse response like hybrid reverb? Well, I mean the shaper table, the way it works is it's made by kilohertz, of course, and it's basically just a distortion. But you know how in a Waveshaper, right, you get the graph where you can draw sort of like a shape, right? Ableton doesn't have a dedicated Waveshaper. I mean, it has in Saturator, but it's kind of stupid. You don't get to draw. Like, right here, we like a lot of distortions are just Waveshapers, you know? It just is a different type of curve. Usually you don't see the curve, but here you can actually see it. So that's basically just a wave shape, right? That it's applying to the sound. And we do have a Waveshaper in here, but we cannot really draw a curve. We have to use these stupid sort of like things, and they're really limited. You cannot really draw anything, and the shape that it makes, it's okay, but it's very, well, not something I would often use. I guess in Trash, for instance, Isotope Trash, you have, which is also kind of just a Waveshaper, you know? Like, we open up Trash, this is just a Waveshaper. And these things here are basically just presets for the shape, right? These are all just different sort of like shapes for that Waveshaper. So that's how a normal distortion would work, at least most distortions. But what the kilohertz one does is it grabs wavetables. So it grabs the wavetables you would expect inside of a synth, inside of a wavetable synth, right? So for instance, Serum, or Phase Blend, or Current, or any of the other ones. It grabs a wavetable, and instead of using the wavetable to make sound, it uses the curve of that wavetable as a distortion for a Waveshaper, as the like the input for the Waveshaper. So it turns that into the curve that the Waveshaper applies to the sound. But the beautiful part of this is that you can modulate it. So you can modulate the curve because it's a wavetable, right? It's not a static shape that you've drawn. You can just morph through it, and you can get all these weird, that sort of like things, because you can change that. It's even more powerful when you use it inside of Phase Blend, for instance, because then you have the modulators of the synth that you can assign to it, but you can also just automate it. And that's really interesting. So you can load your own wavetables in here. For instance, I have user here, or tables, which is the Serum wavetables here. So we can just load, I don't know, digital, one of the Serum wavetables in here. And instead of using it to make sound as an oscillator in a synth, you're using it as the shape for a distortion, which is really cool. Such an interesting way of doing distortion. Now, it doesn't always sound good, of course, like, really depends on what you're doing. Like, the crazier the shape, the more unusable most of the time the sound will become, but and again, get really crazy really fast. Like, especially with shapes that have more, you know, like jagged edges, things become really crazy, like here. It just gets really distorted. Usually simpler shapes work better. But like, for instance, this is a pretty noisy wavetable. It also adds noise, right? Because of what is in here. And then, because it's a wavetable, you also have the phase here. And then these different modes here, which is just how it sort of like loops outside of it. If it doesn't, or if it, you know, does that, which isn't really that big of a deal now, but if you add like a ton of drive, see, it will start looping the shape, whereas here it will just do that, and you will get that, which it's going to be super distorted now, but just it's going to sound slightly different. Yeah, it's just basically a distortion that you can morph because you're using a wavetable as the input. Which is super powerful for sound design, you know, just let's say you're making some bass and you're just setting up like some of those things that I often do where I just set up like a rack with like LFOs that move around at random. Just put this in here and map the shape here to an LFO, a random LFO, and you'll get all kinds of different sort of like flavors of distortion happening on the sound. You just have to find a wavetable that works, that you like the sound of. But you can do some pretty cool stuff. Oh. And like I said, usually simple shapes work best. This is basically just creating a soft clip kind of curve. This is going to be absolutely madness because it's a really complicated shape. But yes, super powerful. I'm assuming it uses the phase to pick the index of the wavetable. No. The phase is basically right now. This is the middle point, right, where it's set to 180 degrees. But if we change the phase, you can see it offsets where it picks the shape from. Whereas this right here is what actually morphs through the wavetable. And this just offsets it, just like what the phase inside of a synth would do. Yeah, you can automate the phase as well. You can automate anything in here. Like if we just open this up, all of these parameters are automatable. So even this one. Yeah, it's just really powerful, you know? It can actually create really crunchy sounds really fast. Depending on what you feed into it, of course. I'm not sure what the bias... because the phase and the bias kind of do the same thing. From what I can see here. Maybe that does something different here? No. Why is there a phase and a bias? The bias will add a DC offset to the signal before distorting, in effect shifting the wave shape left and right. Okay. If that is then doing the same thing, why are there two ways of shifting the waveform? Not entirely sure. Okay, so that does that now. Ah! So, okay, so yeah. If the mirror is turned on, or if this is set to mirror instead of repeat, it actually does two different things. If we set this to repeat, it's just going to do the same thing. Yeah. But if we set it to mirror, then this will just shift the entire shape. And phase is shifting the waveform here, but because we have set it to mirror outside of the... So like where normally, if we would set it to hold, you can see these flat lines, right? That's just where this shape ends, basically. And depending on the drive, you can see it gets narrower. But when we set it to mirror, it just mirrors this shape to sort of like continue it. So if we up the drive, you can see that that shape is just repeated, but mirrored. And if we set it to repeat, it's just going to repeat the shape. So that's when these two will do something different. I guess when we set it to hold maybe as well. Yeah. So when we set that to hold, it also does something different. Yeah, it does tend to make some pretty noisy sounds, but that's kind of cool. And it just is a really fun way of finding interesting distortion, you know? Can also get pretty crazy. Would be nice to have like an output gain in here as well. I know we can add a gain device after it, but would be nice if they added a little, just a little gain knob in here. Because sometimes you do get like really quiet things, depending on what this shape is doing. Wait, why is... Oh, I changed the note. That's why. Yeah, you can compress it, I guess. Let's, what should we make? What should we, design? Should make some drums. put that up to 0 for you guys. Jesus Christ, why is it so loud when I do that? Because this is turned on. It was already close to 0. That kick is already nice. I'm just making a snare right now. That note is a C. Yeah, okay. We'll just chuck this on here and just put it up one semitone. So let's see if we can make a bit of a resonance with this. We should be able to. If we just grab that. Now we can use another sine wave. Let's turn it down, and then use that as FM. And we can basically create a resonance that way. Actually works well as the pitch here. Doesn't have to be in the right pitch, actually. It can just be anything. Just wanna create some kind of a sound like that, which sounds like a bit of resonance. And then get rid of the lower part, so we just get that. And now if we chuck a shifter after it, we can start shifting this around. See, so you can get all kinds of different resonances now. Maybe make it a bit more subtle. Let's see what happens if we put... Let's grab a high-bit reverb and chuck that on here. In the shifter, do you sometimes play with the LFO section? Very rarely. Very rarely. I know it's in there, but I don't really use this all that much. Let's just group this. Create another chain. This we can use this to add width, because this sound, yeah, it's basically mono. We can find something, and preferably something that isn't too long, because the snare is already a pretty good length. Actually, don't mind what that does. Now, if we really want to make it, well, first of all, if we check it now, then I kind of like what this adds in mono as well. Very subtle, but it does work. Let's maybe add an EQ here. Let's go to the sides. And this track is loud as hell, so let's see. Let's... Let's add in another transient shaper. This trans shaper has a built-in limiter, so it also sort of like takes care of any clipping that we had. So I would want to see if we can make it even wider. So I'm going to... Let's grab another hybrid reverb. But this one, I just want to make it wider, but I don't want that width to affect what it sounds like in mono. So let's chuck this here. And let's group that. And let's create another chain. So this is our chain that is basically sounding good already. But I want to use another bit of this. Did I also put this at 100? Oh yeah, I did. Okay, good. Why the hell are there fireworks outside? The fuck? I don't like using this EQ that much. I often just turn it off and add a separate EQ because then, you know, I can see them both at once. I can tweak this one and this one without having to switch to that other tab. So I want to find something that just adds a bunch of width, which this one does. But isn't too long, like it's not really making it longer. Maybe we'll even bump up the stereo. What the hell are there fireworks for? Is there some special day or event that I'm missing? Jesus Christ, there's a lot of fireworks. What the hell, it's March. That was it? Okay, cool. Now this might actually affect the stereo width in mono. It actually still sounds good. Could be because this, what if we put it at 200? It doesn't tell us. 0% yields a mono signal, whereas values above 100% create a widened stereo panorama. Yeah, okay. But is there anything mono coming out of that still, or is it now just completely... if we put this to... Wait, if we set it to mid-side mode, and we just put that here, is this chain making any sound? It is, okay. So, what we could do... I guess we just need a utility again. Put this at 100% side. So now, whatever we do here is going to just be gone when we play it in mono. So any widening that we do on this bend now is not going to affect what we have here. Maybe a little bit, because this one already has a bit of width, but... Let's keep it pretty short. That white layer, no, is gonna disappear when you sum the whole thing to mono. Like if we put this on mono, it's basically gone. So I would make sure that this one sounds good in mono as well, of course. That's the main thing. I actually like what this one does, but might actually be cool to just... That's weird. This reverb here really strengthens the resonance for some reason. But it's gone in mono, so that's kind of annoying, because I do like what that does. What happens if we... That should be mono compatible. So if we put that here... Haha, fixed it. So now in mono, it still has that same resonance, which is good. It's not doing the widening thing, but... That sounds awesome as a snare. Now if we want to make it wide, I guess the width could be on like just a very high frequency, so let's just add another. We're gonna do the whole thing again. Convolution, and we'll pick something here. Egg cups. Make it really short. Using this. Okay, that doesn't add too much width, but let's see if we can make it add more width. That one does, but... Okay, that one adds a good amount of width, actually. Let's high pass this. I mean, I guess it's already relatively wide on the high end. Don't necessarily need to do it, but we're doing sound design, so then it's kind of fun to mess around and see what happens. See, so that layer now completely disappears when we sum it to mono. But again, I kind of like what it's doing. Maybe as well. I kind of like what it's doing like that. It's actually kind of nice. So let's just say the width is actually already good, because it is. Sounds pretty good in mono and stereo. That's interesting, how the convolution sort of like really emphasized the resonance. Like, this was before the convolution reverb. That's width. So that extra layer that we added with the Serum is really important, because if I take it out, still good snare actually. And you could probably, you know, like use the resonant one and the non-resonant one, so without this layer in a track. Like, this still has some resonance because there's some in these snare samples. In this one, there's a very subtle resonance here. I guess that has a little bit as well. But a Soothe to take out the hiss frequency. I mean, Soothe can work on this, but I mean, I don't really think it necessarily needs it. Drum design is such a fun thing to do. At least I think it is. Cleaning up a little bit there. What can we... Oh yeah, of course. Let's go into here. Back into this one. I'm actually gonna duplicate this shifter because I don't want to lose what we have. See how we can get all kinds of different sort of like snares now. By changing where that resonance sits. Ooh. And of course, if we go back into here, we can also start doing some fun stuff. Let's say, I'm gonna leave this in here, but let's add another sine wave. And maybe do another bit of, should we try FM? Turn this down. Oh, and probably would be good to set these to 0 as well, so that it doesn't change in between the different ones, which even might... that's not really gonna do much, it's so subtle. Go back to... You get some pretty interesting resonance this way. Is it necessary to gain stage the samples at the beginning of production? What do you mean? I mean, I'm not really caring too much about it here. I've just chucked 3 different samples in here. I am gaining something, but that is more to change the balance in between the different ones. And like, without this transient shaper at the end, we're clipping like crazy on this track. But this transient shaper has a limiter, and it's just limiting it, so... I wouldn't care too much about it. Especially not when you're doing sound design, you know? When you're doing sound design, I wouldn't really bother too much about like, oh, am I going above 0? When you're making a track, it's a different thing, you know? It's always good when you're making a track to stay below 0 because of how, you know, you want your track to end up sounding in the end. Like, if you're making a track, you don't want the track to clip, right? Because that's usually just going to lead to issues. It's better to keep it a little bit quieter than 0 than to have it going over 0 and then having to try and, you know, fix things. But if you're doing sound design, like, who the fuck cares? I wouldn't really care about it at all at that point. That's also a thing, yeah. You can also let Ableton clip internally. Basically, at the end of the master of Ableton, like when you're working in the DAW, well, the one issue I have with that is that you don't hear the effect of that. So like I know that he does that, but I do have a bit of an issue with it because when you're working in your DAW, you're not gonna hear the effect of the hard clipping that is happening on Ableton's master when you export, because it obviously doesn't happen until you export. If you're working on your track, you're working in 32-bit float, so you have the extra headroom on the master to go over 0, basically. So you're not going to hear what the clipping does. But as soon as you export your track to 16-bit wave, for instance, you lose that extra headroom, and that's when the hard clipper will kick in, because it only sits there at the export. So you'll actually have your exported file sounding different from what it sounds like in your DAW, and that to me is kind of a stupid thing to do. It would probably be better to just chuck a hard clipper on the master, you know, so that you can actually hear what it's doing when you're working on your track. Like, it's, in my opinion, the better way to do it. The only reason why somebody would use the Ableton internal clipping is because they like the sound of it, you know? But I would argue that it probably sounds just as good if you chuck like a hard clipper on the master track. Probably will do the exact same thing, because like hard clipping is hard clipping basically. Like there might be slight variations in the curve, like it might be slightly rounded, you know, or something on like a plugin, but it's gonna be so close that it's probably not gonna matter too much. But I would like to hear it when I'm working on my track if I'm gonna use the internal clipping of Ableton, which you just can't, you know, because it doesn't have to clip in your DAW when you're working, you know, because you're working in 32-bit. I would assume, at least. Like, you can of course set your DAW to not work in 32-bit, but it's probably good to have it. Like, I would often if I'm working on a track, like right now we're just doing sound design, but if I'm working on a track, I would usually just grab my favorite clipper, which is the newfangled audio saturate. and put this on the master with no drive, so that it basically just acts as like basically a clipper at the end. Right now it's set to soft clipping, but I can set it to hard clipping this way. You don't really see it, but like if we chuck the drive up a little bit, then you can see what the curve is. So now it's just a hard curve, and if we can blend it between soft and hard, so we can just have it just ever so slightly curved, and you can basically just set it up exactly how you want. This is my favorite clipper. The main reason for it is that it has disting right here, detail preservation. When you clip something, you will obviously start sort of like losing detail in the area where it's clipping, right? So, not sure if we're going to be able to hear or see it on this snare, but let's maybe turn this transient shaper off so we're actually clipping like crazy. We might have to turn it down for this to be visible. Let's see. Let's go for the utility right here. Let's just chuck it down. Let's say -10. Right, so we're below 0 now. So let me go... I'm just gonna chuck this on the snare track so it's easier to do, so I don't have to switch to the master the entire time. And let's just record this snare. Why are you not recording? Because we need to do that. So this is basically no clipping because it's not even hitting the clipper, right? And then let's increase... Oh, now I am going to the master track. I'm so used to it. Muscle memory. So I guess we can leave it on hard clipping. That's probably going to be fine. Let's boost this drive a bit so we actually start clipping. And now we start clipping. Maybe we'll exaggerate it a little bit more. Now we're clipping pretty hard. Let's record the snare again. We can put it right here so we can see them side by side. And let's turn this up. Let's see if it actually does something on the snare, because it doesn't always do something. Depends on the sound. Right, so we really want to see these second and the third one. And it's probably going to be visible most on the area where it's actually clipping. So let's put these side by side. I'm not sure if we're going to see it. Yeah, we are. So see what it does. Like, this is with hard clipping. See how you get these squared off waveforms, right? And in the area where you get that square part, you're losing a lot of detail. That's what almost every clipper will do. Like, if you push it, it will basically lead to that square sort of like thing. And that's fine, you know, but you do lose a ton of detail there. And the beautiful thing about that detail preservation in the one from Newfangled Audio is, look at what happens. It still clips it to that square sort of like shape, but you keep a lot of the detail, which is amazing. You don't get these super square sort of like waveforms like this. I mean, you will if you know, just increase the gain even more. Like, if we increase this, I don't know, like to 10 or something, we're probably gonna see it, you know? Like, we're probably gonna get a square, sort of like... Oh, wow. Even then, it keeps the detail. That's insane. See, that's so fucking good. Like, if we... Let's just chuck this one here now. Let's just chuck it there. And let's record it now without the detail preservation. See, it's like a complete square wave now in that area. But here, it just keeps all of that detail, which is so cool. And it just makes the waveform look a lot more natural as well. You keep a lot of that noisy texture in the transient where it clips. as opposed to losing all of that because of the clipping. And then obviously you can blend it as well. So if you think like maybe you do like it because this square wave kind of shape, it does, especially on snare drums, for instance, it can really give it a bit more of that woody kind of tone that you would get from a snare. That sort of like, yeah, just that tone. That sounds pretty cool on a snare. So you can also blend it, right? So you can just say like, put it at 50, and then you get sort of like in the middle of these two. So it's really nice. It gives you so much more control over what it does when it's clipping. And that's why this is by far my favorite clipping plugin. Like, there's so many different ones, and they're all basically the same thing. Like, most of the clipping plugins out there will do basically the same thing. Like, they're usually soft clipping, hard clipping, and maybe you can mix from soft to hard clipping by changing the curve, right? But this one actually brings something different to the whole sort of like thing, right? It actually adds something that is different. Because this one is kind of based on like spectral sort of like processing. So it takes the incoming sound, chops it up into a whole lot of different bands, and then it clips the bands. I don't know exactly how it works under the hood, but it just, I don't know, it sounds really good and it works really well. That's all you need to know. Why do you care so much about mono and stereo compatibility? I mean, that is, yeah, like somebody says in the chat, like, when you're, especially, like, it doesn't always matter, you know? Like, it depends on what kind of music you're making as well. Like, if you're making, I don't know, let's name something that wouldn't be played in a club. Ambient music, you know? Or cinematic music for a film or something, you know? Like, none of that will be played in a club. So it's not really important for it to sound good in mono. You can just make it sound good, you know? That's all that matters. Because people are going to listen to it on like a stereo system, so it doesn't really matter. But if you're making electronic music, especially something like drum and bass, dubstep, house music, whatever, you know, something that is played or potentially played in a club, then since club systems are mostly mono, there are some places that experiment with trying to make a stereo system in a club work, but basically 99.9% of all clubs have a mono sound system, because it just makes it so much easier to do the sound mixing live on, like, for the club, basically. Yeah, exactly. There is well, you have to see it like this, right? Like, if you have a stereo system in a club, that's going to be really difficult, because you have people that are standing in a relatively large room, right? And you don't want somebody on the left side of the room to necessarily hear a completely different thing than somebody on the right side of the room, plus versus in the center of the room. So to keep it mono makes it so much easier to get the sound as consistent as possible across the whole entire space. As soon as you introduce stereo, things are gonna get so much complicated, more complicated, you know? So that's why a lot of times they'll actually have it in mono, because it's so much easier. It's just, there are places, like I said, that do experiment with it, but it's such a, one, it's really complicated to get right. Two, it's gonna be really expensive because you're gonna have to fucking do some crazy shit, you know? So it's just not viable for most places, honestly. And it doesn't really need to either, you know? Because you're already gonna get stereo width inside of a club, even though the sound system is mono. And that has to do with the acoustics of the room. You know, like, the sound emanates from the speaker, and depending on where in the room you are, certain waves will travel further than others, and they will hit your ears at different times. So you're already gonna get a stereo kind of feeling, even though you're not necessarily hearing a stereo file coming out of the speakers. There's always the room itself that affects the stereo width that you actually hear. And so it's not necessarily needed, but it is important that when you sum your track to mono, that it still sounds good. And if you have like a ton of phase cancellation happening in your track and you sum it to mono and it completely destroys how it sounds, well, that's going to be an issue because that is also what it's going to sound like coming out of the speakers in the club. So yeah, not every club has stereo speakers. Most of them just use mono sounds, mono speakers basically. Maybe the speakers are capable. I mean, a speaker is mono, you know, like you'll need two speakers to create stereo, right? But like in your studio, you would have two speakers creating stereo by one is outputting the left channel, one is outputting the right channel. But in a club, they will all just output the mono signal. Like, how would you even make it work in a club? Like, I wouldn't even know. Like, I know that there are places that try it, but there's probably some crazy fucking math involved to get that to work. Because it's not as easy as just being like, oh, well, we're going to have speakers on the left side of the room and speakers on the right side of the room, and the ones on the left are going to output the left channel, and the one on the right are going to output the right channel. It's not going to be as easy as that. Because if we're going to do that, then people on the left side of the room are going to hear something completely different than the people on the right side of the room. And yeah, you want, if you're making some kind of electronic music or something that would be played in a club, you want to make sure that your track sounds good in mono, and then the stereo width is only an added bonus, you know? But it does, the width can lead to issues, right? Because any stereo width will lead to some kind of phase cancellation. It's only a matter of how much of that are you getting. And that's why it's really important to keep checking in mono as well, to make sure that you're not doing something that creates really weird sort of like phasing or something when it's summed to mono. And it also doesn't matter on every sound. Let's just also put that out there. Like, if you have a track and when you sum it to mono, some really faint background ambient sounds get quieter because there's a ton of phase cancellation, which happens, you know, like if you have like a pad with a ton of reverb on it, the nature of what that does, like it adds a ton of width, and that will sound quieter when it's summed to mono. But if that sound is not necessarily really that important for the track, it's just there to fill it up, then it's not really that important, you know. It doesn't really matter too much if that sound gets quieter. But let's say if your drums get really quiet when you sum it to mono, that's a pretty big problem. There have been cases where people went to a club to test one of their tunes, you know, and they're a DJ and they go and test one of their tunes, and it sounded amazing in their studio, and then when they played it live, the bass was just gone, you know. There've been cases of that, you know. And that's just because there was a ton of width on the bass probably that they didn't really, you know, noticed when they were working on it because they didn't check it. And then when they played it in a club, which is mono, that whole thing disappeared. So yeah, it's an interesting thing though. Like, stereo width can be really powerful to make sounds sound better, because hey, listening, you're making a sound nicer for somebody on like headphones or on a stereo system, you know, somebody that listens to your track at home. But you need to do so in a way where it's not going to destroy the file in mono, because otherwise, when it's played in the club, you will have an issue. And like, it's really easy to show, right? If we grab a Serum, and let's just find a bit of a waveform that has like good bass, so nice sub or something. I know this one does. So this will be a pretty nice sounding sub if I put a note in here. And make it lower. Okay, it's pretty low in this key, but let's make this clip longer as well. So that's a pretty nice sub, right? And if we now duplicate this, and can we pen? Yeah, we can. Okay. And let's say we have this. This would still work because it's still mono. We've just duplicated the channel basically, and we've sent one to the left speaker and one to the right, which is fine. This is completely mono. If this one would be out of phase, like this, it still sounds good, right? If you just listen to it in like stereo on your headphones, you're like, oh yeah, that still sounds good. But the moment when we sum this to mono, why do we actually still have something left? That's interesting. Huh? Probably because there's two harmonics sort of like layering or something. Yeah. See, so nice sub, you know, it sounds good on headphones. Doesn't even sound like it's that wide, honestly, because it's basically the signal in both ears is the same. There's no movement happening or anything. They're just completely opposite phase of each other, so it does give it width, but I mean, that still sounds good when you're listening to it in stereo, but the moment it's summed to mono, gone is your bass. Because they're completely out of phase with one another. And as soon as I start doing this, you can hear that it comes back. So let's say it's not completely out of phase, but it's like somewhere here, 90 degrees out of phase. Like, you will have a really strong sub in stereo, and you'll be like, oh yeah, my sub sounds really powerful. It's really nice, it's loud, and it works. And then when you play it in a club, your sub is suddenly like a couple of decibels quieter. So that's why it's really important. Now, this happens on every sound, every frequency range. It's just on sub. It's really easy to demonstrate. But that's why it's important. You don't want that to happen, you know? And that's also why a lot of times people would put their drums and or at least their kick, for instance, and maybe the snare as well, and then the sub bass in mono, because you'll not have any issues, and they will always sound just as powerful in mono in a club as how you made them. Maybe they'll have like some width on the snare, on like the high frequencies or something, but the more width you add to those elements, the more they will, you know, sort of like get a bit quieter when it's played in a club. Which can be alright, like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying that you should make all your drums mono. Or you should make all the sounds in your track mono. You don't want to do that. You do want to have stereo width. But there are tricks as well to create stereo width without it affecting too much of the mono signal. Like what we did on the snare. Or, you know, we didn't necessarily do it, I think. We were playing around with it, but we actually ended up just using it the way it sounded. Yeah, we're not doing it anymore, but... Let's say this layer here. Let me boost it on the master track so let's just boost the input gain. So this rack here is adding some width. Without it, it's basically mono, as you can see here. So this adds some width, and that width will lead to certain frequencies getting slightly quieter when it's summed to mono. Because there are differences between the left and right speaker, and that's just what happens. But if we don't want that to happen, we can chuck this on mid-side mode and put it all the way up the side. So now what this track does is only outputting side signal, which is just stuff that sits, you know, in the stereo field. And then when it's summed to mono, this whole thing just disappears. So this will sound the same as that. That's stereo. That's mono. I mean, it's so subtle anyway, this stereo layer, so it's kind of hard to hear. Can exaggerate it a little bit for you. And it's also mostly affecting the high frequencies, so. Right, so now you can kind of hear it. So this still sounds alright as a snare. Let's say we're doing this to really add a ton of width to it. And then we sum it to mono again. It's just going to disappear, right? It's just going to go back to what we had before this whole rack. Because of how we do it. And you can hear, like, if we put this on mid and side, so it also outputting the mid signal, it first of all sounds less clean. Because this is not just creating side information, it's also creating information in the mids of the stereo field. And now if we sum this to mono, it might actually affect what it sounded like. So, see? So this stereo width that we're creating with this, because there is mono signal coming out of here as well, it's just there's stuff in the midst of the stereo field and stuff in the sides, and then that is affecting what happens when we hear the mono. Because this is what it sounded like before it. And that's what it sounds like after it. So by chucking this up to the sides, so that's no information in the midst of the stereo field and only stuff to the side, that now sounds identical. Right? Because there's nothing from this reverb sort of like coming out of the well, being added to the mid of the stereo field. It's only adding stuff to the sides. And then when we have it in stereo, we can use this to blend in sort of like extra width, however much we want. And it's not going to affect what our original signal in mono sounded like, which is really powerful, because that way you can sort of like add things that somebody that is listening on headphones or listening on speakers at home would hear as an extra little detail. But as long as whatever you made sounds good in mono, that is what matters. Because you don't want this to suddenly sound completely weird in mono, right? I mean, this stuff just comes with experience, really. But how to learn it? I mean, you're here, right? So what to do if one of my main synth elements not sounding that good as stereo? Well, that's something then you have something that you want to fix, you know? Most easiest way to fix stereo issues, or at least when something is summed to mono, how can we show that? If we just grab a very basic sound, let's say a Serum, and we'll just we'll just make a long note. And we'll just do, let's put it down a little bit so it's a bit more like bass area maybe. And let's add a bunch of voices here. Right? That sounds really good in stereo. You're like, oh wow, that sounds amazing. I mean, it's not, but you get what I mean, right? It sounds good. But as soon as we sum that to mono, we'll have a problem. I mean, it's not even that crazy, but the sub definitely gets quieter. What would be a good way to showcase this? Maybe if we add some highs to it as well. Oh wait, because I have 7 voices. If we do 8, it should be more noticeable. Stereo. Do you hear how weird of a phasing sort of like sound it becomes? So it sounds kind of gritty in stereo, but in mono it gets that really phasey kind of sound. That is something that could be a problem, you know? So how would we fix that? Well, I mean, the easiest way, in my opinion, is to do it in the patch, obviously. Go into the patch itself and, like, for instance, what we had earlier, like, with 8 voices, you can see how it spreads them. There will always be 2 voices in the center, and those will always be phasing against each other. So the easiest way to fix it is just put it on 7, or on 3, or on 5, where there's only one voice in the middle, that yellow one. So that is your mono voice, that's your center voice, and the other ones are spread out to the side. So that would be the easiest way to fix it, because then there will always be one voice in the middle. And it's still gonna lead to some phasing, of course, because that's how unison works, how this stuff works. But let's say you don't have that luxury. Well, a really easy thing to do would be to just use mid-side EQ. So you have a EQ set to mid-side, like we do here. Now this represents the mids, so the mids of the stereo field, and this represents the sides. And the reason why something leads to, well, issues in mono is because there is a lot of information in the sides that is sort of like cancelling out when it's summed to mono. So the easiest way to fix stuff like this would just be to use mid-side EQ to get rid of a bit of those frequency ranges and just decrease them. So let's say we don't want it to affect the sub too much. We could just go and maybe do that. Maybe we want to high pass the sub as well, so that it's really not going to affect the sub. So now that is what it sounds like in stereo. And in mono, the sub is still just as powerful. Because there is no sub in the sides anymore. And we're really hearing the phasing and stuff happening mostly in this frequency area, which is fine. You know, it's high frequencies, so it's not that big of a deal. But by using mid-side EQ, you can really sort of like emphasize the stereo width and really sort of like fix it. And then sometimes when you cut something in the sides, you might also boost a little bit of that same area in the mids to kind of make up for it. And the more you do that, the more mono the sound also starts becoming. Yeah, mid-side EQ is really powerful to fix any sort of like stereo issues, because you don't want it to sound completely mono, right? You want to keep some stereo width, but you want it to be done in a way where it's not affecting the quality of the track when it's summed to mono. Like, it will to a degree, of course. Like, any stereo width will lead to some phase cancellation in mono. That's just what happens. But depending on what sound it happens on and which frequency range of the sound it happens on, it could be a problem, right? It doesn't have to be. It could be a problem. See, so now the sound sounds pretty similar in both stereo and mono, the only thing that happens when we sum it to mono is we lose a little bit of the width on the high frequencies and a little bit on the mids. But because the mids are very quiet, I brought them down a lot, and the high frequencies still have a good amount of width in it, you kind of just lose, sort of like, I was going to say lose the width, but no, but you're kind of like just, it still sounds good. It still sounds similar enough for it to work. Like, let's say this would be a bass sound, it would be fine. You know, you're just losing a bit of sparkle in the sides on the high frequencies. And it's also doing some other thing. Sometimes it already sounds a bit weird because of the random start position here, but that's fine. The stereo doesn't need lows most of the time, no. You can have some width in the low frequencies, but I would advise anybody who is not familiar with how this works completely to not bother with that and just high pass sounds in the sides, because it's gonna make things so much more complicated to get sounding right, honestly. And I would say that the only like people that are absolute experts of what they do will be able to pull that off. Like if you listen to a Noisia track, for instance, like Noisia, Gods of Drum and Bass, right? If you listen to one of their tracks, a lot of times there will be some width in the low frequencies, maybe on the kick drum or something like that. So it can definitely work. It can definitely work. There's no rule that says that you should not have any width on the low frequencies. It can work, but you have to keep in mind that that kick drum, if it has low frequencies in the sides, it will sound quieter in mono. The only thing that you then have to sort of like figure, or you have to do, is control it in such a way that it doesn't get too much quieter in mono. I mean, you can definitely do it, don't get me wrong. Stereo in sub bass is actually pretty easy to do. The only thing you have to do is basically like what we were doing earlier. So if we have, let's go back to just this, and let's set it to sort of like a sub bass kind of shape. I actually like having a little bit of harmonics on this, maybe, because that makes it a little bit nicer to hear because it's so low pitched. So let's just grab that one. And just for the sake of this, I'm gonna map this to the wavetable position so they're exactly the same. And then need to make them the same octave. So if we pan these left and right, it's still gonna be exactly the same. There's no width. So the moment we start adding a slight phase difference, we have width in the side. We have stereo width on our sub. See? Right here? It's not mono. There's width. And the more of this phase difference we add, the wider it's going to become. So this is already pretty wide for a sub. And we're only doing 10 degrees of a difference. This will still sound good in mono. See? We're maybe gonna lose 1 decibel on the sub, or something like that. Maybe not even. I guess we can see it on here. I'm not sure if this one reads in stereo. Might actually read in mono, but okay, so it is reading stereo. See, we're sitting at minus 15.4 LUFS, and then when I sum it to mono, it starts going back and forth between minus 15.4 and minus 15.5, so we're losing maybe half a decibel. But it still sounds good in mono, because the difference is small enough for it to not really lead to a massive amount of phase cancellation. That's how you make sub bass in stereo work. You wanna have a slight difference between the left and right channel, but it needs to be small enough that it doesn't lead to a massive decrease in volume. The more we start offsetting this phase, the more volume we lose. See, now we're going to minus 6, minus 15.6, or See, now we're at minus 18. So it's almost 90 degrees out of phase. Now we're definitely gonna have a pretty big volume difference in the sub. See? So with sub, it's really important to not have the difference between the left and right channel too much. But you can do a little bit of it to get some width in the sub. It just needs to be subtle enough for it not to be a massive difference, you know? That's the main thing. So that's probably how he pulls it off, you know? Just having a very slight difference between the left and right channel. That's all it is. This is already wide as fuck for a sub, really. Like, if it would be a higher frequency sound, you probably could get away with a bigger difference, you know? That's also the thing, like, depending on the frequency, like, sub is so low and so important in electronic music that you don't want that to really be affected too much when it's summed to mono. But a little tiny bit, you know, not really that big of a problem. Especially not if, like, a lot of your other sounds in your track that are higher pitched, you know, that sit in the higher frequencies or in, like, the mid frequencies also have some width to it, because all of those sounds that have width will get slightly quieter in mono, depending on how wide they are, right? So if everything in those frequency areas gets quieter in mono, and your sub also kind of gets maybe a decibel quieter, then the balance is still there, right? Everything is just going to get quiet with a similar amount. So it's not that big of a deal with just a tiny bit of width. But as well, like, if you listen to a Noisia track, like, so many times their kick drum will have low end that is stereo. And that's probably done with, like, convolution reverb, which they use a lot on their drums. And yeah, that's fine, you know? Just have to make sure that it's not, like, doing so much that when the whole thing is summed to mono, that the kick suddenly disappears or sounds completely different, you know? But a little bit can be tasteful. So will that sub sound good compared to absolute mono? Yes. Well, I mean, I just showed you. Like, if we do this, which is let's do that. That will still sound good in mono. I'll sum it to mono right now for you. Basically sounds the same. Stereo, back to mono. So there is width, but it's so subtle that it's not that big of a problem. The more this would be offset, the more it would actually lead to an issue. This still sounds basically the same in like stereo, like it's not like it's gonna sound that much different. But if we sum this now to mono, the sub gets quieter. See? It just sounds quieter. And the more of this we will add, the more quieter it will become. To the point where if they're out of phase, we get silence. So that's when you want to make sub work in the low frequencies. Just don't do too much of it, just do a little bit. And this is obviously a very simple case because this is a static sound. It's not moving, there's no movement happening in the sound at all, so it's pretty easy to do. But if you have a sound that has a ton of movement, for instance, or there's a lot of things happening, things could get a lot more complicated, so it's not easy to pull off in the full track. But it can definitely work. So maybe on a kick we could also try something out. Let's just grab a kick. This one is basically mono. Getting a bit loud because of the clipping on the master, but let's just back this down. Right, so that's basically mono. It is mono, actually. So what if we wanted to add a little bit of stereo width to this in the sides? Well, we could do that in so many different ways, but maybe we'll use convolution reverb. I really like that on drums, works really well. So I'm just gonna set this up like that. Only want to hear the convolution part, and we'll turn the EQ off. And I'm gonna group this. I'm gonna create another chain, which is just a dry signal. So we have basically our own sort of like dry wet, and we can mix in this here to however much we want. So now it already becomes really wide. Also gets really loud because it's doubling the level almost. But this will probably sound weird in mono. See? Because there's a lot of stuff now happening that is sort of like fighting against each other in terms of the phase in the stereo field, and it just cancels out. So it sounds quite different. Now we can blend it in. But it still sounds quite different, see? And that's the thing that the stereo width is going to do. It, like, even though we've only added a little bit of it, it's still sounding quite different because there's such a big difference. So you really want to blend in just a tiny bit. And see here, that's already wide as hell for sub. Because all the orange stuff, that the low frequencies on this meter are represented in orange. And the high frequencies are represented in white. Like if we put an EQ on here and do that, see, it shows up in white. Then the mid frequencies become more orange, and then the low frequencies are really sort of like bright orange. So that's already pretty wide for sub, because that is basically sub bass, right? But it still sounds good in mono, because I've only added a little bit of it, and I'm not adding too much. And there is still some sort of like phase cancellation happening, because this will probably also output some stuff that is just canceling to this chain, to the dry signal. But it's fine. Like, we're losing a little bit of the sound changes ever so slightly in mono, but it's not that big of a difference for it to actually be an issue. Like, they're similar enough for it to still work. And that's the main point when you're trying to make a track work well in mono and in stereo. You don't want the track to lose its character or lose what makes it sound good. The width that is in your track should only be sort of like, imagine it like you know, like you have a really nice sort of like dish of food, right? And the stereo width should be just the extra little spice that you put on it to make it even better, you know? But without that, it's still good, right? And that's kind of how you should work with stereo as well, in my opinion. Depending on the music, of course. Like, this all depends on what your music is going to be used for. If it's going to be played in a club, then this matters a lot. If it's not, then it doesn't matter. But yeah, I do often use a little bit of width on like even low frequency sounds, if I want to. Like for instance a kick, I sometimes do that. Yeah, I think that sometimes can sound pretty good. Not sure if the kick that we have here might actually... See, there's also a little bit of stuff happening on this kick. So I made this kick earlier, not in the stream. I made this on a different session, but this one is very subtle though. But there is a little bit of stuff in the sides that is also low frequencies because it's orange. So there is a little bit of stuff in the sides. It's just very, very subtle. It's really quiet. Like you cannot even see it on the waveform. So small is it. Like right here, we can see a little bit of it. See how there's two lines here? That's the difference between the left and right speaker. You can see that this line sometimes get a little bit thicker right here. That's because it's basically two lines, right? It's two lines. One is representing the left speaker and one is representing the right speaker. And any difference here would show up like that. You can see that there's a tiny little section here where you can suddenly see two thin lines, and that's where there's a little bit more stereo width, but it's so subtle that it's not that big of a problem. But it does add a little bit of extra detail, you know, for somebody listening on speakers or on like headphones, for instance, because usually on headphones you'll hear it the most. Now we got completely sidetracked, but that's fine. Like on this kick, I might even be like, maybe I want a little bit more. So we'll just add convolution reverb, group it. I don't want the kick to sound different in mono though, so I'll just create another chain. Use some kind of convolution impulse that is really short, because that is already quite long actually for what I want to do. Maybe just bring this down a lot. Maybe a different impulse itself is also going to matter when you're using convolution reverb. Like, see the difference here? This impulse response almost doesn't really add too much in stereo width, but the next one, it suddenly is a lot wider. So the impulse response itself is also going to matter, because if this impulse response is mono, it's not going to add any width. So... But okay, this one adds a good amount of width, actually. You can make it really short, so it's not really adding too much of an extra tail. And let's put it on 100% wet. Now I can already hear that there's a lot of phasing happening right now with this one. Even though we're listening to it in stereo, I can still hear the phasing happening. Let's not do an EQ. Let's grab a utility, and I'm going to remove the mid signal. So the mid. It's always confusing when you say mids, because people often think of mids as like being in terms of frequencies, but it's not. It's like the mids of the stereo field, right? So we're going to remove those. So we're setting this utility to mid side, bumping it up to the side, so we only hear the sides. And now we can decrease this. So you can see that this already has plenty of width now. And this is maybe also not the best impulse to use because of how phasey it sounds. Maybe that one's better. And we'll just put a little bit of that extra width in. Something like that. And it's still gonna sound good in mono. So that extra, which might be a bit quiet for you, that is what is sitting in the sides. And that is just disappearing in mono. Definitely fun to play around with though, when you're making drums. But you have to be careful with it. Anyways, I think I'm gonna call it quits for tonight here. It's almost 1:20 a.m. We didn't make too much sounds actually, but we did have a pretty good chat about this kind of stuff. So join the Discord and tune in again next week. I'll drop the link to the Discord in the chat. What is the difference between the sides and stereo? Well, stereo is basically the opposite of mono, right? You have mono, which is completely centered. There's no information in the sides. It's just completely centered. And stereo will have basically everything, right? You hear the entire sort of like stereo sound. So everything from all the way on the left side, all the way to the right side, which also includes everything in the center, right? In the mid of the stereo field. Because what is the mid in the stereo field? It's basically everything in the sound where that is the same between the left and right speaker. And of course, this is not like how to explain that. This is also like it's damn. How can I explain that? Like it's not like every sound is like completely mono or completely stereo. There's going to be different amounts of it, you know, if you get what I mean. Like everything that is different between the left and right speaker will lead to stereo information. If something is exactly the same in the left and right speaker, it is completely mono. And the bigger the difference between the two frequencies, you can see this is basically happening on every frequency. So every frequency in your track, if that frequency has no difference between the left and right speaker, it's going to sound mono. If that frequency has a little bit of difference, it will already start sounding stereo. And the bigger that difference is between the left and right speaker for that frequency, the more wider and stereo it's going to sound. So in terms of this mid-side, that is basically talking about the stereo field in a slightly different way, where sides is everything except the mono signal. So if I put this up to the sides, so all the way up right here, so we're only hearing the side information, it's just removing everything in the center. So everything that is the same between the left and right speaker is gone. That we don't hear it anymore. But if I put this all the way up to the mids, we now don't hear everything that is different between the left and right speaker, which is the stereo information, right? So that's kind of what that does. It's sort of like, it's similar, but it's slightly different. It's just a different way of seeing the stereo field, I guess. But they are very closely related, you know? Got it. Okay, cool. Anyways, thanks for being here. I'll be back next week. Hopefully next week I'll have less of a writer's block and we'll actually write some music. It's fine though. It's fine. We still had a good stream. We had a good chat about things, so that's always fun. I'll be in the Discord, so join the Discord if you haven't yet. And if you have any more questions, always feel free to post them in the Discord. You can always tag me there and then ask me your question, or just ask it in general, because there's always other people in the Discord that are well capable of answering those questions. Might even be better, you know, if you just ask it in general in the Discord, as opposed to tagging me specifically, because you know there's a lot of talented people in the Discord that know what they're doing, so always good. So if I make the sound in size, I can place something in mono so it won't clash. Theoretically, yes. if you have a sound that only has side information and doesn't have anything in the mid information, or in like the center of the stereo field, and then you add something different in the middle that has no side information, then when it's summed to mono, you will only hear the sound that is in the mid, that is in the center, that has no stereo information. Everything on the side is just going to disappear. So you could do that. The only issue is that if that thing in the sides is really important for the way the track sounds, then it's a problem, because now you're losing a sound that was actually pretty important for the track to sound the way it does, right? So you don't want that. But if you have a sound that sounds good but is mono, and you want to add something to it to give it a little bit of extra spice, to keep with the food related term that we had before, then you can do that. You can put something only in the sides, maybe a little bit quieter, so it doesn't become sort of like that upfront in the mix, but just there, so that it does add a little bit of interesting stuff in the stereo field. But then when it's something mono, that stuff is gonna disappear, and so it will basically go back to whatever that mono sound was that you had in the first place. So that's why it's important for that mono sound, or that stuff that is in the center of the mix, to sound good. Because you don't want your track to sound bad when you sum your track to mono. You still want it to sound good. And whatever is in the sides, that's just extra spice, you know? And it can also depend on well, no, forget what I was gonna say. That's the it doesn't depend. No, it's that simple, you know, like everything that sits on the sides. Yeah, mono is the sum of left and right, exactly. So anything that is different between the left and right channel, when it's summed to mono, is just gonna be gone, basically. But how different it is depends on, you know, a lot of things. Like, it can be slightly different, for instance, and then you will still hear some of it, because it's also not something as like an on and off switch, basically, where you have two states. No, it's a whole spectrum, right, of stereo width. Something can have a lot of width and be completely out of phase, like what I showed earlier with the sub bass example, where if we pen one to the left and one to the right and put one completely out of phase with the other one, it leads to silence in mono. But if there's a tiny difference, it won't lead to silence, because they're not completely out of phase. And that phase issue of being in or out of phase, that happens on every single frequency in your track, with varying amounts depending on how much width there is, right? So it doesn't necessarily need to lead to something disappearing in mono when you have width on a sound, because it all depends on how much of width is there, how different are the left and right speaker, or the left and right channel. And the more different they are, the more it gets quieter in mono. For Reese, if you want a nice stereo sound, layer different sound processing on left and right, yeah, that can work. That can work, especially. Let's say maybe slightly different distortion curve or something like that. Can work really well. But always check in mono, you know? Always keep checking in mono every once in a while to make sure that it's still sounding good in mono. That's the main important thing. I wouldn't get too worried about like, oh, does this like let's say you're making a track, like I wouldn't necessarily care too much about it. A lot of times when I'm working on a track, for instance, I do it by muscle memory, and just I'll know like, oh, every once in a while check.
But it's not like I care too much because you can always fix it, right? Let's say you're just making a track without checking the mono signal at all, and you get to the point where your track is done and you check it in mono, and suddenly your track sounds shit. You can still fix it. But because you have to now go through every single thing in your track to fix it properly, it's going to be a pain in the ass. So if you do it along the way, it's a little bit easier because you can do it every time you add some width or you add a sound that has width to it. You can make sure that you do it as you go, and then when you get to the end of your track, you don't have to go back and fix a whole bunch of problems. So it's good to get into the habit of checking regularly and knowing what you're doing on this whole sort of like topic. But yeah, like what somebody else said, like there's so many tracks where, especially nowadays, like people are getting a lot more creative with this. Like back in the day, it was always so like seen as like this written rule of like, when you're on your master track, just put like a mid-side EQ and just high pass the sides. Just get rid of everything on the sides below like 150 hertz or something. And I wouldn't really recommend that because, it can actually be really fun to have some stereo width in the low frequencies. You just have to be really careful with it. But let's listen to, like I said, listen to a lot of Noisia tracks and you will hear that they will have some low end in the low frequencies. And probably a lot of other artists do. It's just that they do it in a way where it's not really leading to problems. And that's the main thing. You just have to be really careful with it. Anyways, I'm signing off. Thanks for being here. Like I said, I'll be in the Discord, so join and ask any more questions there if you have any. Because it's 1:30 a.m. for me right now, and I need to quit. So thanks. I'll see you all again next week around 9 p.m. I still haven't updated the stream end screen, so it still says 8:30, but it's around 9 p.m. these days. So check phase alignment plugin like Spen. Yeah, or just use millimeters. Best analyzing tool that I have, honestly. So nice. Like this thing at the bottom here, this whole bar, that's all my analyzers. It's so good. Like just being able to just play something and just see all these different analyzers at the bottom. Perfect. It's so nice. Can really recommend picking up millimeters if you haven't done so already. These days they also have plugins, so you can also load them inside of your DAW. I'm not really using those a lot, but these days you also have the plugin versions of it. So you can just load your stereo meter somewhere and just see it. But yeah, it's such a powerful thing. It's only what, like the paid version is I forgot, what was it, 10 euros or something like that? It's like super cheap. Or was it even paid? I forgot. Anyways, it's really powerful. Definitely pick it up if you haven't yet. Yeah, this one also has a phase correlation meter. Even better, I think this one has a multiband phase correlation meter, so you can see the low, mids, and highs separate right here. See? It's basically 3 bands that'll show you the phase correlation in the lows, in the mids, and in the high frequencies. So, really nice. And I think you can set it to not be multiband as well. You go into the settings. There's probably a way to set it up so that it doesn't do that. Reference. Oh yeah, see, it's set to multiband. We can also set it to single band. And then you just have a single band phase correlation meter. But multiband is pretty nice. I like that because then I can see it per band. So yeah, really powerful. You can just basically do a lot with it. It even has the whole audio capture thing, by the way, that people will use this plugin for, which is another one that I can really recommend, Rolling Sampler, which just runs in the background. You just chuck it on your master track, it just rolls in the background, and any sound that plays is automatically being recorded. And you can just select it and just drag it straight into your DAW, and you'll have it as a sample. So that's also something I can really recommend. But that also nowadays sits in here in millimeters. I just don't use it, but yeah, another really powerful thing to have when you're making music. Nothing better than just being able to drag something, especially when you're doing sound design and something happens, you know, and a sound happens and you will have no way to know how to replicate it. It's there. You can just grab it. So it's another good thing to get if you haven't yet. But that's gonna be it. Thanks. I'll see you all in the next one. Peace.